Today we are here at the 5th annual St. Paul's Constituency White Goods Cleanup, and we are about mid-morning, and we have had a number of trucks already completed, filled and sent to the dump. I want to take this opportunity to thank the able helpers who would have assisted in this venture today. I also want to thank the community for responding, because I believe that this initiative goes all well to ensure that we continue to keep our community clean and tidy. Today we are here at the 5th annual St. Paul's Constituency White Goods Cleanup, and we are about mid-morning, and we have had a number of trucks already completed, filled and sent to the dump. I want to take this opportunity to thank the able helpers who would have assisted in this venture today. I also want to thank the community for responding, because I believe that this initiative goes all well to ensure that we continue to keep our community clean and tidy and also healthy. While we continue to see quite a number of white goods in our community, we want to encourage the public to ensure that these heavy items are disposed of in a safe and environmentally friendly manner. So I want to thank all of the helpers. I want to thank the community. I want to thank the volunteer truck drivers and the volunteer truckers for making their vehicles available to us today.
Welcome again, gentlemen. So we have this well here. This was the first of the wells that we had, the 9 wells that we commissioned the company from Trinidad. Wow. Where we at right now, we're running from generator because we have not gotten the full electricity power to run it. This well, the water from here goes into the tank, goes to the top of the tank, that's right behind there. Okay. So this is the first one that was done. We have another one that's in the area. Where we stand is basically what the start of the source of the supply. So we have 2 basic systems of the island. Water from here makes it all the way through Brick Hill, through Castle, into Charlestown. This is typically where we feed Four Seasons from. And then we have the other well fields that start from Fothergills, go up to Stony Hill and go back into Charlestown.
I want to commend Minister Brand. He's the waterman. He has really done an excellent job in terms of our water supply on the island. I don't think we can talk about sustainability without water.
This water is coming from 700 feet beneath the surface of the earth. I want to certainly thank my cabinet colleagues for their support. I also want to thank our water resource manager and our hard-working technical personnel, Clishon, and the entire team at our water department for their hard work that they have done over the last few years in particular. We at the Nevis Water Department is particularly pleased and delighted to be here at our desalination plant. When we think about global warming, this is a good example of what can be the end product of the necessary changes that we will need to make in our water infrastructure. We had a well in the area were down recently, and the added weight was placed on the desalination plant without any disruption to our supply in the areas.
How do you see this contributing to water security here on the island?
Most of our water is groundwater. And of course, that is affected by rainfall with the climate change situation that we're experiencing. And so we can't depend on that as much as we used to.
Yes.
And so this is an added piece to the arsenal in terms of water supply.
Clishon, in terms of training, the technical aspect, were you satisfied with the level of training available to you and your team?
Yes, I am totally satisfied. We had a whole week of training with the guys from Osmoson. Very intense, because there's a lot of information that we need to, keep in.
From concept to realization, this desalination plant, the first of its kind on the island of Nevis, is evidence of what we mean when we say that we are growing Nevis together.
Building Nevis by Nevisans and for Nevisans.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick.
So we're pleased this morning to be here at Nevlik, and we have Mr. Stapleton here with us, who is the man who deals with distribution. I just realized going up the Island Main Road from MEMS, going up that side, a lot of new poles have been planted, and sometimes people don't understand why. So I think those kinds of things, just to give us a better appreciation.
What we are responsible for is for taking the power from the generation plant to the end user. We had to upgrade some of the poles, and what we did, we brought some of the poles closer to the main road. We also upgraded the conductor and some of the insulators in that area. In recent times, we would have extended the Charlestown feeder so we could make a ring main with Gingerland feeder. So if the power goes anywhere along the line, let's say in Lamper Hill, we could quickly backfeed Gingerland feeder into Cox.
Gingerland and Cotton Ground feeders are the rural circuits, so they carry the most demand. Cotton Ground has grown exponentially over the years. We had reduced some of the load from the Charlestown 2 feeder, and that gave us the opportunity now to add some load to Charlestown 1. So we're able to provide a more balanced load demand throughout the island.
We just want to ask the general public, when they see our guys in the area, to just be cautious when you're working on the road. Hotline number is 662-5811.
Hi everyone, my name is Shalicia Glassford. I am a proud hospitality professional and I started my educational journey over at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant on St. Kitts. I then went over to Switzerland where I studied at the Cesarewitz Colleges and Washington State University, and just recently I completed my last certificate at the Le Roche Marbella, Spain campus. I am so privileged and honored to have been able to study and work in so many different parts of the world. But one of the greatest joys that I have is to be able to hone that knowledge outside and bring it right here to my island, Nevis. Being able to impact my knowledge, my expertise, and my education to my peers and my colleagues every day makes me feel very proud that I'm really contributing to our tourism product here on Nevis. Looking ahead, I see the future of Nevis and the future of my career evolving together in perfect harmony. I envision Nevis becoming a true luxury destination, and I believe that I would be able to advance Nevis together in that direction. There are so many different rewards that I gain every single day from building my life here on Nevis and my career here on Nevis. First of all, I have an opportunity every day to wake up passionately to do something that I love. Not only do I get to do something that I love, but I get to do that with other Nevisians, and we both love it together as we all try to serve our guests in the best way possible to help to advance our tourism product.
Hi, my name is Anthony Gager. I'm the Operations Manager at Trident Trust Nevis, formerly known as Morningstar Holdings, and I traveled abroad to study at the University of New Haven in Connecticut, where I attained my bachelor's degree in business management. I was always inspired by local business people, whether they were entrepreneurs, whether they were a part of an established company and they rise through the ranks of that company, and I always paid attention to their success over time. And I always challenged myself and always reminded myself that that could be me one day. Unique opportunities that exist in Nevis that may actually surprise others, I believe, are the amount of leadership opportunities that exist. Leadership often also comes in the form of taking initiative, offering solutions, and executing ideas within your community or within the company that you work for. We must remind ourselves that things are great now, but we're definitely going to get older at some point in time. So are your current habits contributing to the life you wish to live that would put you in a position to look after your family that you may have one day, or to look after your parents when that time comes? You don't need to leave Nevis to live meaningfully. You just need vision, discipline, and a willingness to adapt and grow.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Slack-Clark. I completed my primary and secondary level education right here on the island of Nevis. I attained my Bachelor's of Laws degree from the University of the West Indies in Bridgetown, Barbados, and my legal education certificate, LEC, from the Norman Manley Law School in Kingston, Jamaica. I then obtained a Master of Laws degree from the School of Advanced Study, University of London. In my practice as an attorney at law, I have the opportunity and ability to assist persons with various issues that they may be dealing with, to contribute to the development of a regional jurisprudence, and to feel a sense of fulfillment in seeing a project through from the beginning to completion. As President of the Assembly, there is an undeniable significant impact that my work has on the development of our democracy, the proper functioning of our parliamentary process, and generally how our government and country is run. The best part about building my career here on the island of Nevis is that I get the best of both worlds. So you have your work obligations and you're able to do what you have to do in the presence of all the friends and families you grew up with and that you were surrounded by throughout your life.
Hi, my name is Catherine Seabrooks Wilkinson and I traveled abroad to study education at the University of the Virgin Islands. One of the major challenges that I have faced in trying to establish myself as a leader is youth. I know that some might say when you're young you have a lot to contribute, and with youth come new experiences and new opportunities. But as a young person, there's a fine line between establishing yourself as a young leader and gaining the respect of the persons that you do lead. Being from the island of Nevis, I'm exposed to best of both worlds. How do I balance professional growth and island living? Simple, stay grounded with family as well as community. The most rewarding aspect of building a life and career here on the island of Nevis is being in close proximity to the persons who matter the most. Your parents, your family members, the persons who silently support you, as well as the parents of the students that you interact with, as well as the students that you see on a day-to-day basis. That's the proudest thing for me.
Hello there, my name is Shaniel Skeet and I attained my primary and secondary education right here on the beautiful island of Nevis. I then relocated to North Carolina where I attended the illustrious North Carolina Central University and obtained a Bachelor's of Arts in Human Resource Management. So recently I got the opportunity to attain a Train the Trainer certification through UE that was funded by CDB. So I'm now certified to train micro, small and medium-sized businesses on customer service. So my advice to young Nevisians is to look around and assess what the island needs, because right now we have a profession and skills gap. So once you tailor your studies around that, you'll put yourself in demands where you'll be able to build a successful career. Yes, leaving the island gives you experience because that's what I did. However, it's always best to, after you've gained that insight and that knowledge and that experience, to come back and add value to the island. So moving back home, a benefit of that has definitely been able to be closer to my immediate family and loved ones, but also I have grown professionally while relocating to Nevis, and I get to see real life impact and change, and see the change that my expertise and knowledge has made on individuals and organizations, whether it's through training or mentorship.
Today we are here at the 5th annual St. Paul's Constituency White Goods Cleanup, and we are about mid-morning, and we have had a number of trucks already completed, filled and sent to the dump. I want to take this opportunity to thank the able helpers who would have assisted in this venture today. I also want to thank the community for responding, because I believe that this initiative goes all well to ensure that we continue to keep our community clean and tidy and also healthy. While we continue to see quite a number of white goods in our community, we want to encourage the public to ensure that these heavy items are disposed of in a safe and environmentally friendly manner. So I want to thank all of the helpers. I want to thank the community. I want to thank the volunteer truck drivers and the volunteer truckers for making their vehicles available to us today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let's bow our head, please. Heavenly Father, as we gather here this afternoon, we ask for your blessings upon us as we gather here. Most of all, Lord, I ask you to bless our leaders, that they continue in unity, that they could lead us, Lord, successfully. Bless, Lord, I pray, from the Premier down to the whole cabinet. Let your blessings. Once more, I thank you for your grace and your mercies. So far, Lord, I ask you, Lord, that you continue to embrace them. Keep them in your will. Protect them from every evil darts of the enemy, knowing that these are perilous times and we are depending upon you. I pray that they will take, Lord, a page from Moses' book, when Moses had to lead the children of Israel. Moses did not depend upon himself, but he depended upon you. Knowing, Lord, that you are the one that speak when this earth, when darkness was up on the earth, you are the one that said, let there be, and there was. And so we are depending upon you, Lord, once more. Lord, we ask for your blessings. We ask for your guidance, Lord. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Brown, for the opening prayer. We are asking members to come forward before we do the national anthem. So those persons who are to the back, please come forward before we proceed with the national anthem. Okay, let us all stand, please, for the national anthem by our steel band personnel. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 26th Concerned Citizens Movement Annual Convention under the theme Proven Leadership, Secure Future. Let me first introduce our dignitaries. As I look through the audience, I see the Premier. Welcome Premier Brantley and his beautiful wife. Yes, we can clap for that. And then we have Eric Evelyn and Eric, okay, I'm not seeing a wife. Okay, welcome. And we have the Honorable Spencer Brand and his beautiful wife Sheila. Welcome. Can't see the honor dignitaries, but earlier on I saw the Honorable Troy Libert. Welcome, Troy. I also saw the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. And Senator LaToya Jones is also here. And our Senator Janelle Nisbet, she's here as well. So we welcome our dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go right into our program, but before I do that, I have to give a special welcome to our featured speaker, Miss Neela Jones. And Neela Jones will be speaking on the theme Proven Leadership, Secure Future. So I don't have to do any elaboration on this theme, because I am certain that Neela is going to do a good job on our theme for this evening. And so we're going to go right into our program with our presentation, our Concerned Citizens Movement video presentation by the video team.
This is Mark Brantley, Premier of the island of Nevis. We have put together a compilation of various projects done on this island over the last decade and a half. The idea is to showcase all that we've done in terms of our infrastructure, our business development, and the quality of life for our people. We welcome you home. Enjoy Nevis. This is your island. This is your home.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can do more than that. A round of applause to our video team for this wonderful and informative presentation. That was just a sneak preview of what the Concerned Citizens Movement, what they are doing for our beloved Nevis. I want to apologize. I neglect to say who I am. So folks, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Randy Keynes. I'm a son of the soil. I'm from Government Road. And I deem it an honor to be here this afternoon to host this prestigious convention. So I'm delighted, really delighted to be here. Now we're going to go right into our program with the Constituency number 1 greetings. Our parliamentary representative, the Honorable Spencer Brand. He is the Minister-elect for St. Paul's, Minister of Communications, Works, Water Services, Physical, and Planning. So let us give a round of applause for Parliamentary Constituency number 1 representative, the Honorable Spencer Brand. While Spencer comes, we'll be having a presentation of awards for the constituency as well. And the awardees will be Miss Vanessa Phillip and Miss Suzette Barry. Spencer Brand.
CCM family! Friends, we have much to be thankful for. The theme for this afternoon, and I want to make sure I get it right. The theme for this afternoon is proven leadership. I get into the secure part. But I want to talk about the proven leadership. Sometimes you who are in the public may not have the front row seat that I and other cabinet members have. We sit around a very nice mahogany table in cabinet. And we often look at the head of cabinet, who is our party leader, the Honorable Mark Anthony Graham Brantley, Doctor, the Honorable Mark Anthony Graham Brantley. And oftentimes I wonder how he has been able to manage this group of individuals. And I think that it takes a special individual, a special character to achieve that. I am persuaded that he has been elevated to the leader of this country by divine intervention. And since his leadership, we have gone through some difficult and turbulent times. And I am here to say to you that I've had a front row seat of how this distinguished gentleman was able to manage and navigate those difficult and turbulent times. I will highlight one of those difficult and turbulent times, the COVID pandemic. And I am here to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I am convinced that if it was not for the leadership of Dr. Brantley, the island of Nevis would have been in a much worse off place. I have seen countries that were much larger than us, much greater resources than us, had all the technology and all the creativity to survive during those difficult periods. But what they did not have was the leader, Mark Brantley. I want to say to Dr. Brantley tonight that as one who have sit around the table with you, that I've learned quite a lot. I've sit around the table with the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. I've sit around the table with the Honorable Eric Evelyn. I've sit around the table with other people whose name I will not call on this podium because they have jumped ship. They have jumped ship. I've sit around the table with two young individuals. Troy, let me use the Christian name. Don't use the Christian name. I've sat around the table with Youth and Janelle, two young individuals. And we have gone through some challenging times. And I would say this, that our leader have been able to guide the process. He have listened, he have given his input, and he have said to us, what is your opinion? And that, my friend, in my mind, is proven leadership. Now, I want to talk about the secure future path. Because I believe that all of us would recognize that the island of Nevis is now at a crossroad. I believe that we must recognize that Nevis is at the tipping point of its history. And I know we had a previous session where other things were said. But I am here to say to you tonight, if we were to even get a little whisper of change in course, I believe that the island of Nevis would be in serious trouble. I want to say to all of us this evening, now is not the time to change course. Now is not the time to gamble with your future. Now is not the time, ladies and gentlemen, to try something different. When you have men and women who are committed to the task of developing the island of Nevis. I want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that each and every one of you have a responsibility. The Premier can't do it alone. The Deputy Premier can't do it alone. The other cabinet members cannot do it alone. We need every one of you who love this country to stand tall and help us secure our future. Now, I've been told that I had 5 minutes, and I don't know how they expect me to come up here with 5 minutes. But I believe that I am an obedient person. But I just want to say this to all of us, and I particularly want to say a very big thank you to the constituency of St. Paul's. You see, I came to the people of St. Paul's in 2013. We were not successful, but I remember right in the heart of Government Road, at that victory rally, when I said to the people of St. Paul's that I will be back. I said to them that if you were to give me a chance, I will earn the next. But ladies and gentlemen, St. Paul's, you have been so precious to me. There is a lot of noise on the other side. But the time will come when I will deal with that noise. But I just want to say to the people of St. Paul's, you have my heart, and I want to thank you. I want to thank the person who would have nominated me and the person who would have seconded that nomination for me to be the deputy leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement Party. I want to thank all of the persons who would have voted for me and to give me this distinguished honor. I will say to you tonight that the Concerned Citizens Movement Party has one leader, and that is the Honorable Mark Brantley. I am here to say to you tonight that the Premier of Nevis and the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement Party has my full support. And ladies and gentlemen, together, working together, facing challenges together, overcoming them together, under our leader, we can secure our future. In closing, I want to say to this CCM family, I know that we have persons who are listening and viewing online. But I want to say to those that can cuss till the cow come home, I want to say to this CCM family that we are stronger together. I want to say to all of us that in the Concerned Citizens Movement Party, you have proven leadership. And in the Concerned Citizens Movement Party, ladies and gentlemen, you can rest assured that your future is secure. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Good night. And may God continue to bless this remarkable CCM Convention 2025. It now gives me great pleasure to invite on stage our two honorees from St. Paul's, Miss Vanessa Mackey Phillip. I haven't seen her. I know that she is a little bit under the weather, so I'm not sure if she's here. And also Miss Suzette Bernie Barry. As we recognize these two stalwarts from the constituency of St. Paul's. Bernie is here? Oh, yes, she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Parliamentary Constituency 1 Representative, the Honorable Spencer Brand. All right, we're going to go right on to the program. We continue to the program with Constituency number 3 Representative. We're going to be having the greetings from the Honorable Eric Evelyn. Eric Evelyn, the member for St. George's, Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, Fisheries, Cooperatives, Culture and Housing. And then he'll be given the presentation to two awardees from the Constituency 3 in the person of Mr. Wilson Liebert and Mr. Evansley Walwyn, posthumous. So it gives me great pleasure to present the representative for constituency number 3, the Honorable Eric Evelyn.
Someone just reminded me it's 5 minutes. Minister Brand took up most of my time. Good evening, CCM family! All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be here. I feel good. The energy inside NEPAC this evening is making me excited. Definitely we are here as one big happy CCM family. The big blue machine is out. The big blue machine is here, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, I'm delighted to be a part of this CCM family. And I am also delighted that I'm a part of the Nevis Island Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme says proven leadership. And you know why we are sitting in government? Because the leadership is proven. In the closed session, the Premier gave some statistics that are worth me mentioning again. In the last 17 elections, let me say it slowly. In the last 17 elections on Nevis, the Concerned Citizens Movement has won 16. In the last 33 years, the CCM has lost only one election. If that isn't proven leadership, then what is proven leadership? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the energy we are feeling in NEPAC tonight is telling me, and it's telling the CCM team, that we have another 33 and more years in government on the island of Nevis. I just want to endorse all of what my colleague and brother, Minister Brand, said about the proven leadership of our leader, the Honorable Mark Brantley. And of course, all of us should agree that the leadership of Minister Brantley, Premier Brantley, has been stellar, it has been exemplary, it has been committed leadership, and it is indeed proven leadership. And that is why we as a CCM team will always rally around our leader, the Honorable Mark A.G. Brantley. I am proud of him, because he grew up a stone throw away from me in Hanley's Road, down in Scarborough. He always say he from Brownhill, but I tell him Brownhill people, he from Hanley's Road. He's from Gingerland. And so I am happy to say that the Premier of Nevis was born in my village of Hanley's Road, my hometown of St. George's, Gingerland. And so, as I endorse all of what Minister Brand said about the Premier and his leadership style, I also want to say that all of us, in our right, in our ministries, are doing exemplary leadership as well. And I just want briefly to just mention a few things about what has been happening in my ministry as the leader of my ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, in the field of agriculture, we have seen improvement in practically every aspect of agriculture, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen increases in production in open field as well as shade house technology. I want to state boldly that our shade house technology, the greenhouse production that we have on the island of Nevis, is leading in the entire sub-region in the Leeward and the Windward Islands under my watch as the minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen even the livestock production increase. We have seen self-sufficiency in egg production for 11 months of the year. We have seen our value-added products continue to improve and increase at the abattoir and agro-processing. We have seen exemplary leadership at the marketing division in every aspect of agriculture. Our agri-export that has grown exponentially in the past 29 years is the best by far in the sub-region. And I want to just indicate here that next year we are celebrating our 30th anniversary. 30 years. And next year promises to be a grand and unforgettable occasion. No, we ain't going to spend half the money, but we're going to have a grand occasion. We in agriculture, we know how to budget. We know how to budget. And ladies and gentlemen, in marine resources as well, we are always assisting our fishermen. We know the treacherous waters they have to go through to feed their families. Numerous training experiences for our fishermen. And what we are doing in the field of agriculture, ladies and gentlemen, we are attracting the attention of our neighbors. And so we are getting contingents from Anguilla, from Antigua, from St. Martin, from St. Eustatius, and lately from St. Bart's. And they are coming here because they love what we are doing. We are leading in agriculture in the sub-region, and that will continue. In the area of culture, ladies and gentlemen, last year was our 50th anniversary of Culturama, We continue to promote our culture. And of course, last year, we did some excellent improvements at our village and our cultural complex, now state of the art. Under my leadership as well, we also have a state-of-the-art facility, the David Freeman Center of Excellence in Gingerland. We're not resting on our laurels. We are working for the people in promoting our culture. I'm sure all of you would have seen what our cultural group did in Barbados for Carifesta, sponsored by the Nevis Island Administration, the Honeybee String Band. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of housing and lands, we continue to provide affordable lands for our people. You saw on the video the quality of the homes that the NHLDC provides for the people of Nevis at concessionary rates. Ladies and gentlemen, the persons who own these homes and the persons who visit these sites, whether it be at Madden's, at Hamilton, at Craddock Road, at Sherry Garden, at Rice's, wherever you go, people marvel at the quality of affordable homes that we have on the island of Nevis. And it will only get better. Ladies and gentlemen, I can go on and on and on. But I just want to say that the proven leadership that you have in the concerned citizens movement is ensuring that Nevis is top of the line in the entire Eastern Caribbean. Make no doubt about that. We are on top in the Eastern Caribbean. And it is because of the proven leadership of the concerned citizens movement. Ladies and gentlemen, we, you, all of us have a secure future with your CCM party. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Nevis is secure once you stick with the CCM. I am confident that you will stick with us. When you stick with us, we stick with you. Together, we can continue to make this beautiful island of Nevis the greatest island in the Eastern Caribbean. And so, I'm encouraging you to stick with us. I want at this point to say a special thank you to the good people of St. George Gingerland. The good people of my constituents of the George Gingerland. And I want to make it absolutely clear here at this convention at NEPAC that St. George Gingerland will always be in the winning column. I'm going to say it again. St. George's Gingerland will always be in the winning column for CCM. Make no doubt about that. And so, I'm asking the rest constituencies, Gingerland is always safe. You're not going to worry about Gingerland. I'm asking the rest constituencies of St. Thomas's, St. Paul's, St. John's, St. James's, join us in St. George Gingerland and make your future continue to be secure in the hands of the concerned citizens movement. And so once again, I want to thank my good people of St. George Gingerland. Shark, it's good to have you home. Let me welcome all who came in from overseas for our convention. It's good to have you here. Let us continue to rally with the CCM party. Let us continue to rally with the proven leadership. And let us continue to make the future of this beautiful island of Nevis secure with the concerned citizens movement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now, it gives me great pleasure to invite up for one of the awards, Mr. Wilson Justin Liebert. And I want to say a special thanks to his driver, Mr. Ralph Superchick Allen. He's celebrating his birthday today. So let's give him a big round of applause. Now, Justin, we know him as Justin. His name is Wilson. He is a quiet, gentleman, but his support for the party of CCM has always been sound. And I just want to say a special thank you to him, and we are proud to give him this award this evening. And we have the other award is a posthumous award for Mr. Burley Walwyn. We know he left us suddenly last year, and he was the chairman of the constituency group, St. George's Constituency Group, forever. So if there's a member of the family who is here, could you kindly step forward, please, to receive this award on behalf of Mr. Burley Walwyn? Latonya, could you come, please? Latonya is here tonight. Latonya, could you come and receive the award for your uncle? I think she was at the back doing ushering duties. Or someone else is coming? Okay, fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for constituency number 3 representative, the Honorable Eric Evelyn. And Eric, we thank you so much for your 5 minutes. You know, it's proven leadership. And so with so many things happening in Nevis, it's difficult for a representative to come up here and say it in 5 minutes. So thumbs up. Okay, we're going to continue, and this time we're going to have a steel pan rendition by Mr. Gavin Patterson. Gavin? thank Gavin Patterson for his lovely day rendition. Truly, it's really indeed a lovely day here at the CCM Convention. We're going to continue with our greetings. This time it's constituency number 4, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. Alexis Jeffers, appointed Special Advisor to the Office of the Premier on Investment Matters, and the awardees are Mrs. Patricia Jeffers and Ms. Clarence Jeffers, posthumous. The Honorable Jeffers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am so happy that the panman came before me just after Honorable Eric Evelyn and Honorable Spencer Brand. Why I say that is because they have set the bar so high. So I now have to come and perhaps get up there somewhere. But good afternoon to everyone. And welcome to CCM Convention 2025. And you know, you have some trinkets in your hands and some items you're making noise with. Someone said to me that CCM people still like to make noise, you know. Do we? Yes. So the whole world is listening and viewing. So the whole world want to hear what is happening here at NIPAC. They want to feel the impact of it. So St. James people. Oh my goodness. St. James people are here in large numbers. Well, let's do a roll call. St. James is here. St. Thomas Parish, are you here? What happened to St. Thomas's? Make some noise, man. St. George's. Continuing with the roll call, St. Paul's. And of course, St. John's. St. James was the loudest. And that's how we are. We are happy and a jovial set of people over there in St. James. So once again, I must say good afternoon to you, and it is indeed my pleasure being here to speak to you this afternoon. And of course, as I begin this afternoon, I want to say to the people of St. James and to the CCM family, yes, we would have faltered in the last election. But would that happen again? Absolutely not, and I love to hear that. You know, I'm reminded of a phrase that sometimes persons will give up something good in search or looking for something better, only to find worse. And that really sums up what is going on over there in the constituency of St. James. We had something good that was given up for something that supposedly should have been better, but we end up with worse. And that is why we have heard earlier that persons are complaining, persons are saying all sorts of things that St. James is no longer being looked after. Well, let me say to the people of St. James, you see me? I'm standing before you, still full of vim, vigor, and vitality. And what that means is that I'm still ready to represent the people of St. James. The Honorable Spencer Brand he said before that he would have to fill some big shoes. But we're going to make sure create even larger shoes as we go along. Because there's still work to be done in the vineyard. Plenty of work is still there to be done. As a matter of fact, when I look at the constituency of St. James, I was saying in the past, and I still can say so, that we have done so much in St. James that we possibly can think about seceding from Nevis, you know. Yeah, and I'm dead serious. It won't happen because there's nothing in the Constitution to allow us to do so, but that's just a joke. But let's look at things seriously. You hear me say we had good things, some were looking for better and end up with worse. Well, let's look at the good things. The Holy Water Taxi Facility, one of the best facilities in the Federation. As a matter of fact, to date, over 1.3 million passengers have passed through that facility. We got some leaks concerning that, but of course COVID came in 2020. We couldn't get the facility completed at that point in time. we were in a position where we had to decide to look after the lives and livelihood of the people of Nevis. So those monies were repurposed for other things. But we were able to complete that facility. Look at it now. You can go to St. Kitts at 6 in the morning and come back at 12 in the night. So we have done something to ensure that there is a connection between the island of Nevis and St. Kitts so that our people can move. Uber is on water now. Uber service, you pick up the phone and call one of the operators and say, I want to go to St. Kitts. Any hour of the day, up until midnight, I suppose. But you move on, you look at the island main road running past that same holy water taxi facility going up to Newcastle. Shaw's Road, the Newcastle police station. Every time I listen to the person who is currently the representative, she said that they, what did she say? Can't remember. Something about the fire what? What did you say? Anyway, all I'm going to say, for someone to be so obsessed with the police station that every time she opens her mouth, police station this and police station that, I've said to a lot of mercy, go in the station one day. Ask the police to put you inside the cell for about a couple hours, and then you'll get a feel as to what jail is like. I don't know if she run from jail somewhere and obsess about jail. But I'm saying to her, go in the station and ask them to put you in the cell for a couple hours. And then you'll see what jail feel like. And you'll see what those who may have gone to jail may have felt. Let's move on from there. Shaw's Road. VOJ Sporting Complex. And then you go up beyond that. Housing up at Ghana's, where we would have put a program in place and a project in place whereby we are saying to our young men and young women, instead of coming here and having challenges and difficulties in getting housing, where you have to pay your student loans, that's right. And then you get frustrated and leave Nevis, and we create that type of brain drain. We don't want that to happen. We said we'll put a housing development in place to capture those young men and young women who want to stay here, to help us to build the island of Nevis. And so we built that facility, those houses up there. And we must be commended, because you hear us talk about looking after our young people. On the other side, you hear them cussing and saying the most derogatory things about young people. Young people are the fulcrum of what we are trying to do here on the island of Nevis. Everything rotates around our young people, and that is why we look after them in such a fashion. Our young professionals as well. And so we move from there. Oh, before I move from there, let me talk about 36 acres of land just across the street from University Heights. You have to remind me, I'm no longer in government at this time, so I don't think about government. I think about the airport, and I'll get to that. But University Heights, just across there, 36 acres of lands. Listen, a few years ago when I realized those lands could have been willed to a college in New York called Vassar College, an old college. The previous owner said, if my son predeceased me as the owner, then of course it goes to Vassar College. Just imagine 36 acres, prime land in Nevis going to a college in New York. Nevis people land. Yeah? So we said no. I went to the cabinet, and I want to thank the premier and the team for working with me on that. So 36 acres of lands are now available for young men and young women here on the island of Nevis to build your home. Price would be reasonable, I would think, Premier. Should be. The bottom line, though, that was thinking about our people, making sure we are securing a future for all people. And so when the time comes, I want us to go and apply and make sure that you are earning a piece of the rock. Moving on from there, going through camps. Even up in Fountain, we did the roads, concrete roads. In Brick Hill, roads. Up at Madden's, Cedar View. One of the best housing developments in the island of Nevis. First phase, second phase, third phase. As a matter of fact, I am now realizing that our taxi operators drive through Cedar View every time they're on those island tours, making sure they are showing our visitors what housing development is like in Nevis. Many persons come to Nevis and they marvel at what we have done in housing here on the island of Nevis. So, Madden's Cedar View, one of the best in Nevis. And maybe in the Federation too. Or the Caribbean. You see, I was trying to be as modest as possible. But you're right, in the Caribbean. Because I've seen houses elsewhere, no ceiling, just galvanized, put down on some rafters. We don't operate like that. And so, Butlers, that beautiful road project in Butler. So, throughout the whole constituency of St. James, we have done some marvelous work. And as I said before, there's still work to be done. But we know on the other side, there's no capabilities. So the people of St. James will have a choice to make at some point in the future. But until that time, we have work to do in that. I spoke about the airport, and they have been asking on the other side when project is going to start. Well, they don't need to ask, because they said to us on the platform during the last election, so long as Van Samry's name is on that airport, they would never touch it. They said it. And if that is the case, there's no need for them to even worry about Van Samry International Airport, because the Concerned Citizens Movement have made the decision that when persons decide to come to the island of Nevis, they must come directly to us. So we'll have flights from Miami all up and down the eastern seaboard. And you know what they did? When we thought about this project and was talking about it, they went up there to protest against it, The same individual who say, oh my goodness. I don't know how many of them were there, but all I know, no young persons were there. We're doing these things for young people. No young persons were there. So we are doing all that we are doing up there at the Van Samry International Airport, extending the runway, new lighting, new passenger terminal, new fire hall, new road. All of that is for the future and to secure that future for our young people. I am on my way out at some point. Not yet though. The Lord will decide that. But at least I know whatever we're doing today and tomorrow and moving into the future is to ensure that our young people's future is secured. Now we talk about the theme for this convention, proven leadership. I will say the Honorable Mark Brantley and I started this journey almost at the same time. I started January of 2006 and he came on board in July, thereabout, of 2006. So I had a few months ahead of him. I had a few months ahead of him, but over the years, this is how we've been. I can lap the finger like that. We've been tight as two brothers. And I've given him my support, he has given me his support. We have given each other support and we've reciprocated where we can. So I can speak proudly of his leadership. Some may have other things to say, but that's okay. That is the opinion. But I know that Mark Brantley has proven to the island of Nevis, to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, to the wider Caribbean community and even internationally, that he is the best leader at this time to chart the course for the island of Nevis. Remember, he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we had significant accomplishment under his leadership. So a lot of people would try to dilute his leadership, but the record is there to show. The evidence is there to show. And certain things in life, no matter how you fight against it, no matter what you say to diminish it, you certainly can't, because the evidence speaks for itself. And so, proven leadership, I can also add leadership that you can trust. Secured future. And then I can also say, don't gamble with your future. So in that particular theme, it certainly encompasses all of the themes that we have had in the past. We have had these. Keep the momentum. Don't gamble with your future. Proven leadership. And all that is certainly what CCM is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a proud CCM member. And I will continue to be a CCM member until I depart this life. As a matter of fact, I'm reminded of something that someone said to me and I adopted it. There are two things in life I'm not going to change. The religion that I am associated with, I'm an Anglican. Not changing that. And I say that proudly. And the political party that I support, I'm not changing that either. So There are two things that I'm not going to change in my life, and those are the two things. Ladies and gentlemen, when we get behind the microphone, we can chat and talk long. But I will stay there for now and just acknowledge the two persons that we will be presenting awards to this afternoon or this evening. First of all, Mrs. Patricia Jeffers. And of course, Mr. Clarence Jeffers, he will be receiving a posthumous award. Now, no one is here for Clarence at this time. His son was due to come, but he's engaged elsewhere. So I don't want to take it myself. I want to hand it over to someone who would then eventually hand it over to the family. So Celestine, you can come in the meantime as well too. Okay, if I can just say something about Patricia, Mrs. Patricia Jeffers, or Pats, let me just say Pats. Ever since I entered politics, Pats have been my poll watcher. Nasreen, Nasreen, listen, I am so sorry, but let me recognize you. But you're right. Even before I came along, Pats was there for Nasreen. And you know, Pats has been the backbone of what we've been doing in St. James. She's the backbone of our democracy in terms of making sure she does the tallying, look at that list and make sure who should be there, and who should not be there, should not be there. So Pat has been the backbone, and she has been that person who I've relied on over the years. And Pat, I say publicly to you that your effort is not so much for myself alone. It is for the CCM party, it is for the constituency of St. James, and it's for the democracy here on the island of Nevis. So your work should not be overlooked, and it doesn't escape us in any way. So I want to present this to you as our appreciation, not just myself, but the party's appreciation for the work that you continue to do. And I want to see you around, God's willing, for the next election too. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much. Clarence is now departed. Listen, before we present the award, my friend Burley is no longer with us. Clarence, my good friend, is no longer with us. Let's stand on our feet for a moment of silence, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So Clarence is one who I relied on heavily during the time he was with us. He was a part of the executive, the CCM executive, up until his passing. So you understand his dedication to the party and to the cause in the constituency of St. James. On the day of election, he would have worked right down to the close of the polls, although he was gravely ill. And so that was demonstrative of the fact that he loved this party, he loved the constituency, and he loved the island of Nevis. He was one who always prayed, and prayed long. When we had those difficult years between 2006 and 2013, he prayed for that change to come, to get rid of that menace that was there. And his prayers were answered by the Almighty. Clarence was a good man. I want to say in closing, may God continue to bless us all, and may his soul continue to rest in peace. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next parliamentary representative for constituency number 4, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. Okay, we're going to go on with the constituency greetings, and we will now have greetings from constituency number 5, the Honorable Latoya Jones, Special Advisor to the Premier on Community Matters. And the awardees from constituency number 5 are Ms. Omel Matthew and Mr. Kenneth Ferguson. The Honorable Latoya Jones.
CCM family? That's not loud enough. CCM family? LBJ is here. St. Thomas's is here. St. Thomas, can I hear you? St. James, can I hear you? St. John, can I hear you? St. Paul, can I hear you? St. George, can I hear you? CCM, we are a remarkable family, and I am proud to stand with our leader, Honorable Mark A.G. Brantley, and my colleagues from the different constituencies. Proven leadership, secure future. The members of Constituency 5 exemplify strong, dedicated leadership committed to serving the remarkable people of St. Thomas Parish and Nevis as a whole. We do not believe in standing still. We do not believe in waiting for things to happen. We remain steadfast in our mission to bring about positive, measurable change in our community. St. Thomas says, we have been getting things done. And I know they say St. Thomas's is really for the other side. But CCM, we have made significant strides in St. Thomas's, and we must be proud. Keep telling them St. Thomas's is coming home to CCM. Reflecting on the progress we've made in St. Thomas Parish, like I said, I feel proud. This isn't theory, this is reality. Our concerted efforts ranging from donating essential supplies to our schools and providing much needed support to our small businesses, sponsoring students and various community initiatives, organizing cleanup drives, hosting tournaments and training sessions, celebrating our women and the achievements of youth while improving the lives of our seniors and family, underscores our deep commitment to enriching the community that we love. We don't just see constituents, we see neighbors, friends, and family. In St. Thomas's, I remember during the election cycle, I presented a plan because I know what the concerns of the people of St. Thomas's were. And I told myself I will do everything in my power to address them. And so I will continue to put pressure on my colleagues. And the leader of our great party can tell you that. But I want to thank him at this time for his commitment to ensuring that this great party will deliver for St. Thomas's and for all the other parishes in Nevis. While we are thankful for progress, we recognize that we have a lot more work to do. In fact, the moment we stop striving for improvement is the moment we start failing. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to the promises we've made to the wonderful people of Nevis 5. St. Thomas Parish, I want you to note upgrades to our infrastructure. It's coming. Honorable Spencer Brand has already given his assurance, and I'm going to put him on the spot. Jessups and bands, God be prepared. We are coming soon. Grants and promotional activities for small and medium businesses are coming. We are investing directly in the innovators who create jobs and drive our economy. Job and health fairs are also coming. We are connecting our people with opportunity and protecting their well-being, because a healthy citizen is a productive citizen. Art and essay competitions are coming. We are cultivating the next generation of thinkers, dreamers, and leaders. Upgrades to the Cotton Ground Playfield are coming. Our leader at our town hall meeting in St. Thomas is committed to getting this done. We are investing in recreation and community spaces because our children deserve the best. Learning materials, computers, and printers for community centers are coming. We are closing the digital divide and equipping our adults and seniors with the tools for the modern age. You see, St. Thomas's, our constituency group, and this great party, we're not all talks. We act. We deliver, not only for the constituency of St. Thomas, but for the entire of Nevis. CCM, we must be proud of our accomplishments. I want to invite the people of St. Thomas Parish to join this vibrant movement driven by this great CCM party. St. Thomas is now blue. St. Thomas is now blue. Never before in history we expected to do what we did in St. Thomas, but we've done it. And next election, I'll be standing on stage. All five for we. With proven leadership at the forefront, we are steering towards a secure future. Our party has consistently shown the people of Nevis how strong, dedicated, and proactive we can be. We are, as I said before, not just talking the talk. We have a solid track record that speaks volume, a track record of delivering for the people of Nevis. Our leadership remains reliable and committed. We continue to make decisions that foster national development and enhance the quality of life for people, not only for today, but for future generations to come. CCM family, together we are a force to be reckoned with. Don't mind all you see on social media. It's afraid. Because they know CCM is the powerhouse. Do you agree? CCM is the powerhouse. We are where they want to be. But we know that they only want to get there for personal reasons. It has nothing to do with the betterment of Nevis. And so we have to work to keep them out. CCM family, I echo the words of Edward Everett. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. And working together is success. This is why we are gathered here today, united in strength, love, and shared successes among the people of Nevis. There's no division in CCM. None whatsoever. I came into CCM, I won't say last. Well, among the candidates, I'm the youngest. I'll put yes, I'm the baby. And they all welcome me. The leader never looked at me or Honorable Janelle Nisbet and say, oh, they're too young. What are they going to bring to the table? He never did that. He opened his arms, as well as our other colleagues, and he said, come, we welcome you to CCM. That is leadership. I remember I gave a speech here some time ago. I think it was our not my first convention, but first time I spoke at the convention. And I said, CCM is a welcoming party, and I meant it. It is time for us, as members of this great party, to stand and recognize our leadership. It is time for us to uplift the young, bring them into the party. And it is for us, the young, to support those who are already there. There must be a balance, and we understand that. And so, for those who are viewing, you are welcome to this great party. CCM is the best choice. I was just about to correct myself. CCM is the only choice for Nevis. I also remember when I walked on stage, it was Honorable Troy Libert who said, remember her name. But I don't want us to remember my name only. I want us to remember the history of this great party. I want us to remember our leadership. I want us to remember all our members, executive and supporters. We have to support each other. We have to stand together. I was going to say something, but I take it back. No. I'm not afraid. But you know, I don't want to shed light on certain individuals. I want us to focus on CCM. Because sometimes you see, when we're busy talking about them, it's not that we lose focus. We give them too much time. And this party, we don't have time for that. We are a party of delivering. We are a party of action. We have so many important things to do, to deliver for the people of Nevis. We have to focus on projects. So we don't have time for all those petty politics, I call it. I don't engage in petty politics. And I know my colleagues and the CCM, we don't engage in petty politics, but we have to speak up. Including me, we have to speak up for our party. And when our party is doing good, let's say our party is doing good. Let's not shy away from who we are. Let's not sit in the back and say, this is how we are, CCM. We're quiet. No, there are times when we need to come out the woodwork and say, I am standing by my party. I am standing by my leader, Honorable Mark A.G. Bradley. I am standing by Honorable Spencer Brand, the only brand in town. I am standing by Honorable Alexis Jeffers. St. James, we coming back. We coming back. We are standing with Honorable Eric Evelyn. And St. Thomas says, St. Thomas, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Because even there were times, I know, during the election I was struggling, I was ill. And there's still times I've been ill. But you've never lost faith in me. You stood by me. And I can assure you that I will stand and deliver for you, the good people of St. Thomas Parish. St. Thomas says, you come into CCM. And whether they want to talk and say a lot of things, like I say, I won't touch on them for now. When the election comes, we will get to that. But all I know is whoever want that seat, they have to work for it. It's not like before when you sit at home, everybody's sitting at home, and they're like, oh, election coming, and we're going to vote for them. It's not like that anymore. And I want us as CCM to realize that as well. Times have changed. Times have changed. Let us reach as many people as we can. Don't assume who they are politically affiliated with. You know why I'm going to say it? And I'm going to say it here. I grew up in an NRP household. Everybody know my late great-grandmother, my mother. She raised me. She went all over in an NRP shirt and I was there with her. But when we home, we have that battle. And I said to her, you support who you support, but I am supporting the party that I believe in. I believe in CCM. But many who are on the outside will look in and say, she's from an NRP family. So I am not going to go and talk to her. No, we need to finish with that. We need to approach people unless they say to you, listen, I am a staunch supporter of this, respectfully. We're going for everybody. It is time for us to connect or continue to connect with our people. Reach as many people as we can. CCM, we are a great party. And I know things will only get better with CCM. St. Thomas Parish, thank you. Thank you for standing with me. I will be coming to see you soon. And to the other constituencies, support your representatives. It is not easy sometimes standing in leadership positions. They can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. But stand by them. No matter what you hear on the outside, say, listen, I am defending my good Premier, Honorable Mark A.G. Bradley. I am defending Honorable Spencer Brand. I am defending Honorable Alexis Jeffers. I am defending Honorable Eric Evelyn. And St. Thomas, I know you will defend me because I am one of you and you know my capabilities. CCM family, let me hear you make some noise. Thank you, and God bless all of you. Before I go, I would like to call two awardees, Miss Omel Matthew, better known to us as Esther, and Mr. Kenneth Ferguson. I know those of us who know these two individuals know that they speak their mind and they're always there to give their support to the community and to our party. They're front and center and they make the loudest noise. But we want to thank them for their contribution to this great party.
Let's hear it one more time for LaToya Jones. LaToya, we thank you so much for that pulsating, riveting message, and gonna let you know we got you. We got you. Okay, LaToya, we got you. Next on the agenda is our feature address. Our feature address will be done by Neela Jones. And before she comes, I'll read your profile. Neela Jones is a graduate of the Midwestern State University, where she earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Mass Communication and a minor in Public Relations and Advertisement. At Midwestern State, Neela made her mark on campus through volunteerism, sitting on several boards of student organizations. She was awarded for her impeccable work in 2022 when she earned the Woman of the Year award. She currently forms part of their recruiting agents team for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Due to her internship at the Global Education Office in Texas, she earned the experience necessary to fill her current role as Director of Student Services at the Medical University of the Americas. Her passions involve the youth and mentoring girls. This passion was nurtured during her teaching tenure from 2016 to 2019. During her reign as Miss Culture 2018 to 2019, Neela founded the Rewards Foundation, aiming to reward youths on the island of Nevis with a stellar record in sports, arts, academia, etc. One child from each school is typically awarded, encouraging them to pursue their goals and dreams, targeting children in less than favorable circumstances. Continuing her efforts to support our youths, Neela sits on the Gender Affairs Girls Mentorship Board and mentors young women in pageantry, shaping their outlook on themselves and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our featured speaker, Miss Neela Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to adopt the protocol that was established earlier in today's proceedings. And also, please allow me a moment for my dress. And the reason being, I've had this dress for a very long time, and I wondered when I would get the opportunity to wear it. And after receiving the call and being told the dress code, I thought that I should alter it to suit said dress code. But then I decided the more blue, the better. Yes? Glad that you all agree. Now down to business. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to deliver the featured address this evening under the theme, Proven Leadership, Secure Future. Given the current atmosphere of thought-provoking debates on leadership, projects, and our future, I thought that it was fitting. When we speak of leadership, we speak of more than titles. We speak of more than speeches. We speak of more than photographs at a ribbon cutting. We speak of vision turned into action, promise turned into delivery, trust earned and renewed. When we speak of a secure future, we speak of stability, opportunity, generational continuity, not just a future hoped for, but one that is prepared for. A sustainable and stable, thriving country doesn't happen by chance, nor does it happen overnight. It cannot happen with a one-man team, and it cannot happen with just one idea. It happens when visionaries, critical thinkers, altruistic persons, leaders, and even followers convene and intentionally curate realistic plans highlighting the strengths of our country while molding the weaknesses to be giants, transforming them into economic rewards for our country, and being able to stand amongst the giants, the biggest countries of them all. And honestly, there are a few countries we can consider biggest given the size of Nevis. Here on Nevis, we have both the challenge and the privilege of crafting that vision and walking that path. It is a path with which many jurisdictions dream of, but with which we are determined to realize. Our Concerned Citizens Movement Party has a foundation built on leadership. Leadership is proven when our people see results, when they watch infrastructure rise, homes complete, energy systems stabilize, and the promise of tomorrow becomes the guarantee of today. In the same breath, as a leader, one must come to terms with the theory, trial and error, a theory that the everyday man has put aside. They cannot fathom the thought that failure is a part of the game, and thus they use it as ammunition, firing at every plan, leader, and project. But every step or every misstep is still a step. Here on Nevis, under the stewardship of the Concerned Citizens Movement, we have taken major steps forward. For example, the road network upgrades at Pennies and Brown Pasture, part of an island-wide program of infrastructural renewal. When citizens see better roads, safer bridges, safer and smoother connections between home and work, we prove to them leadership acts. Likewise, the rollout of new housing developments. In St. George's Parish, the NIA has launched residential developments aiming at expanding home access to home ownership. This is an island where land is precious and housing is a core priority. This speaks of leadership that says, you matter, your futures matter, your family deserves a stake, or as some might say, a piece of the rock. And in the broader federal context, the passage of the Sustainable Investment Bill and the articulation of the Sustainable Island State Model for our federation shows that leadership is not parochial. It is strategic and forward-looking. Ladies and gentlemen, we lead when we deliver. We lead when we invest. We lead when we plan for tomorrow's needs today. And I am not just saying words. There are concrete projects and tangible results. Allow me to highlight a few projects which exemplify the mix of vision and execution that we celebrate today. 1, energy and sustainability. On Nevis, the opening of the international bids for the geothermal power project marks a major milestone in our energy sovereignty agenda. Imagine an island that supplies its own base load power from deep beneath the surface. That's not fantasy, that is strategy. The island of Nevis can proudly boast of the investment in water and electricity, over $50 million in water supply in 12 years. 2, housing and inclusion. I'll highlight the new river development in St. George's Parish, and prior efforts like Bayview Gardens, where single mothers became first-time homeowners. I'll highlight the newly proposed development in Ghana's estate of approximately 150 lots soon to be available to our people, most importantly, young adults. These are not simply housing blocks. They are anchors of security, dignity, and opportunity. 3, infrastructure, connectivity, mobility. Whether we are talking about resurfacing roads or major upgrades to infrastructural assets, we are building the capacity of our island to move goods, services, people, ideas. 4, development with purpose. We observe the increasing number of local businesses. The Honorable Mark Brantley said in 2023, let us foster an environment where local businesses can flourish, where entrepreneurs dream and succeed, and where job opportunities are created for our people. This is 2025, proven leadership. In a short story, I ran into one of our leaders at Big Six Flavors. I'm not going to say which one of them. But every item that he ordered, they told him it was sold out. And any everyday person would say, or they would be disgruntled, as a matter of fact. But if we look at the bigger picture, that is successful entrepreneurship. Additionally, I'm sure you'll be able to go back and get something. And as a matter of fact, I'll give you a tip. Call ahead. That's what I do. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. The genesis of the Destiny Special Sustainability Zone project on Nevis' southern coast is a bold next chapter. Although no deals have been signed as of today, and there are mixed emotions regarding the project, it is a multi-billion-dollar initiative that will invest tens of millions of dollars into infrastructure, scholarships for our students, jobs for our people, and a permanent profit share for Nevisians. This is leadership looking beyond the horizon and inviting everyone to step onto the boat. And yes, if I may borrow a bit of humor, we might need some life jackets of ambition and paddles of persistence. 5, health and wellness. Investing in the well-being of our people through the upgrading of new technology and computer systems in our hospitals. The investment in mammography equipment, 2 new ambulances versus the usual refurbished ones, CT scan machines, etc. The team of doctors we have invested in was able to take this country through COVID-19 pandemic, and the investment does not stop there. As we speak, we commend the doctors that have taken the opportunity and are currently abroad specializing in their respective fields. This is an investment that says leadership cares. These projects are impressive, and what makes them significant is the future they secure. When we invest in housing, we stabilize families, we raise hope, we anchor communities. When we invest in sustainable energy, we reduce vulnerability to imported fossil fuels, we protect our environments, we stabilize costs for businesses and households. When we improve roads and infrastructure, we reduce isolation, expand access, and we link people to opportunity. And when leadership is proven, when people see results, faith in governance grows, social cohesion strengthens, and the basis for further investment and innovation deepens. So in summary, leadership plus delivery equals trust. Trust plus opportunity equals stability. Stability plus growth equals a secure future. At this juncture, I want to address you, our political figures. Leadership is not the domain of one person or one office. It is collective, it is shared, it is accountable. And I know you already know that, but just as a reminder. We must ask ourselves, are we listening as much as we are acting? Are we ensuring the stakeholders in our island, every constituency, every community, feel the benefits of our programs? Are we bringing our youth, our women, and our historically underrepresented groups into space of governance and opportunity? Because to secure a future, we must democratize opportunity. And to answer that last question for them, the answer is yes. I want to applaud our female political leaders. Although you are not the first to lead us in this manner, we appreciate that you have stepped up to the plate, and not just as a pretty face to meet some gender equality movements, but you have transformed your divisions, improving the quality of lives for Nevisians through health, financial literacy, social advocacy, and the list goes on. To our political leaders, be sure you have a sense of humor, because governance without a bit of levity loses its humanity. For example, when the road projects are delayed and the constituents joke that the potholes have had a time to breathe, we have to acknowledge the joke and deliver the fix. We lead not by being aloof, but by being present, relatable, and committed. As mentioned prior, mistakes will happen, and it would be remiss of me if I did not mention that this journey is not without its challenges, but is how we turn them into strengths. For small islands like Nevis, we face limited land resources, vulnerability to climate change and external shocks, the brain drain of our youth and seeking opportunities abroad, the pressures of doing big things with modest means. Yet, these challenges are not reasons for defeat. They are catalysts for innovation. Because when small islands must do more with less, we develop agility. When we must protect the environment and our heritage, we innovate sustainable solutions. When our youth look outward, we set the stage for them to return with experience, investments, and ideas. Thus, the right leadership is not just about having an exit strategy, but an entrance strategy. How we bring our diaspora home. How we invite foreign investments on favorable terms. How we guard our environments. How we make sure the next generation inherits a thriving island and not a hanging burden. So my call to leaders today is this. And please note when I say leaders, I do not only mean the political figures in the room. We all know the success of this team relies heavily on its supporters. You are also leaders. Do not minimize your contributions to our country. So I say again, my call to the leaders today is this. To every political leader in the room, let us be bold, but also grounded. Let us set audacious goals and make sure we track them, report them, and deliver them. To our civil service partners, let us be transparent, efficient, imaginative. Let our operations match the ambitions of our vision. To the people of Nevis, let us engage. Let us hold our leaders accountable. Let us participate, not as bystanders, but as co-creators of our future. And to the future of Nevis, let us promise you not just a home for today, but for your children's children. A home that is secure, prosperous, and full of opportunity. Let us remember that proven leadership is not measured merely by the projects we announce, but by the lives we change, the hope we kindle, and the futures we secure. In closing, let me leave you with this metaphor. Think of Nevis as a sailing vessel on the Caribbean Sea. The wind of opportunity fills our sails. The waves of challenge test our mettle. The stars of vision guide our course. Leadership, our rudder. Accountability, our compass. Delivery, our anchor. If we keep our sights fixed on what we have achieved, the roads, the housing, the energy, the education, the healthcare, and remain clear about what we are striving to become, a resilient, self-sustaining, inclusive island, then we will not drift. We will navigate, we will arrive. And perhaps with a little Caribbean humor, when we arrive, let's make sure the rum flows, the masqueraders dance, and the entire island feel the benefits. And most importantly, that the benefits endure. Thank you for giving me your time today. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. And thank you for believing in the Nevis that leads, a party that delivers and secures a future for all its people. So cheers to the Concerned Citizens Movement Party. When we are concerned about the citizens and the country. When we are concerned, we moved, we act, we don't just talk. So cheers to leadership that moves. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. May we continue to prove our leadership and secure our future. Thank you.
We give thanks to Neela Jones for her message. Proven leadership, secure the future. One of the things that jump out to me is that she mentioned that a leader must be imaginative. And if you don't have a vision as to where the country is going, you cannot lead. We have a leader in the person of Mark Brantley, who has a vision. Hip, 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 hooray! Hip, 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 hooray! We have a slight adjustment to the program. We're going to now have the presentation of awards for Constituency number 2, St. John's Parish. And the awardees are Mrs. Shirley Glasgow and Ms. Calder Stanley. And then we'll follow it by a rendition in song by Ms. Anna Hadid.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Could Shirley Glasgow, if she's here, and Cadilla Stanley isn't here, but she said she would send a representative. Are they here, or do they have representatives? Shirley! So as Shirley makes her way to the stage, I just wanted to say that she has been a stalwart of the concerned citizens movement for a very long time. And I want to thank her for all that she has done, all that she continues to do. Shirley Glasgow. If I can be allowed one moment of levity, she said, Malcolm, leave her in the will for me. Shirley, welcome. And the next awardee is Cadilla Stanley. Cadilla is on a much-deserved vacation, but she did say she would send her daughter, right, to collect on her behalf, and so we thank her for coming. Cadilla has been a poll watcher for me for every election, and I have done 9 so far. So, Cadilla, thank you, and her daughter is here.
Thank the Honorable Mark Brenly for those presentations. We'll now call on Anna Hadeen for her song presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, this part of today is about praise and worship and thanks. So I'm going to be singing a few songs, but I would really appreciate it if you all would sing along with me. Made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. Standing here, not knowing how we get through this test, but holding on to faith you know best. Nothing can catch you by surprise. You've got this in control. You're watching us now, and when it looks as if we can't win, you wrapped us in your arms and stepped in. Anything we need, you supply. You got this in control. That's how we know that you made a way. When our backs were against the wall, it looked as if it was over. You made a way, and we're standing here only because you made a way. Come on, you can do better than that. You made a way. I want to hear your voices. Now we're here, looking back on where we've come from.
because of you and nothing we've done to deserve the love and mercy you showed. But your grace was strong enough to pick us up, and you made a way. That's right. When our backs were against the wall and it looked as if it was over, you made a way. And we're standing here only because you made a way. Oh, you made a way. Sing. When our backs were against the wall and it looked as if it was over, but God, He made a way. And we're standing here only because you made a way. You know this part, right? Yeah? Cause what? Cause you moved the mountains, you caused the walls to fall with your power. Come on. Performed a miracle, and there is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because I want to hear you sing. Say, you moved the mountains, you caused with your power, you performed, and there is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here. We're gonna do it one more time. Say, you move the mountains, you cause walls to fall with your power, and there is absolutely nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because you say, and we're standing here only because, yes, say we're standing here only because you made a way. You guys sound beautiful. I got one more song for you guys, and it's an uplifting song. So again, I want to hear you sing with me because I'm a little nervous, so please. Something's good gonna happen in this year, and I am grateful that I made it here. Yesterday's gone and a new day has appeared, and I am grateful that I made it here. Say, blessings gonna find me here, favor gonna find me here. I miss the money gonna find me here. Blessings gonna find me here. Round and round these seasons I've been facing, but this year your blessing I'm embracing. Healing I come my way, blessings I come my way. We're winning, and we're here to say, oh, blessings will find me here. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Favor I go find me here. Say, I may say money I go find me here. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Blessings I go find me here. Oh na 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 na. Tell them I claim it, all of my blessings are near it. In faith me I go on it, nothing shall get on it. Live like this is a new day, all things are not in past. This is a new year, we step into faith and no fear. Blessings go find me here. Oh, favor I go find me here. Oh, say money I go find us here. wishing everyone blessings. Oh, na, 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 na. Thank you so much.
We thank Anna Hadeen, and Gavin for their rendition. You made a way, and the other one, I'm not certain of the other song. However, you made a way so appropriate because of the CCM Party. God has made a way for the CCM Party to be in power. And we give thanks because leadership proven, future is secure with the CCM Party. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have remarks by the Honorable Premier of Nevis, the Minister of Finance, Statistics, Economic Planning, Human Resources, Industry, Trade and Consumer Affairs, Tourism, Public Utilities and Energy, Foreign Investment, Government Information and Nevis Television. Also the representative for constituency number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand and bring to you the Premier of Nevis, the Honorable Mark A.G. Brantley.
CCM, good evening. So I want to thank the chair, Mr. Keynes, who has been doing an excellent job, and to thank all of you. You know, NEPAC is a big space, and when we said we would have this convention at NEPAC, there were some who said, will people come out? And I said, yes, the people of CCM will come out because the people of CCM believe in this party. Good afternoon to all of you. It fills my heart with gratitude and pride to stand before you today. We are proud sons and daughters of this blessed island called Nevis. We are patriots who believe in Nevis, believers who have kept the faith through every trial and triumph. I want to greet and congratulate our party executives, our candidates and elected representatives, but most importantly, I salute you, our loyal supporters, our Caribbean brothers and sisters, and for some of you who are here, Nuestra Familia de la República Dominica. Mi español es muy malo, muy malo. Our brothers and sisters who are tuned in the diaspora, and every Nevisian who continues to hold the banner of Nevis and CCM high. Today we meet in this place, at this time, under the inspiring theme, Proven Leadership, Secure Future, to renew our covenant between the Nevisian people and this proud CCM party. When I look over the years, I'm reminded that this party, your party, the Concerned Citizens Movement, was not born out of luxury or privilege. It was born out of a deep concern for the people, out of a belief that Nevisians deserve a fair chance, that we deserve a voice, and that we deserve a government that works for them. And today I believe that we can all say with confidence that CCM has delivered proven leadership. You see, brothers and sisters, when Nevis faced the COVID-19 pandemic, it was CCM leadership that kept our island safe and that balanced health and the economy. Nevis had the best COVID-19 pandemic management in the entire Caribbean region. Thanks to our excellent team led by Dr. Judy Nisbet, to whom we owe a debt of gratitude. We ensured at this more difficult period in our history that every single government worker was paid his or her wages in full and on time. In fact, my entire cabinet took the decision to take a salary cut for 6 months during the pandemic. And I, as Premier, took no salary or benefits as Premier for 21 months because we said We said that as a government, we needed to demonstrate to our people that we were with them in a difficult and dark period in the history of this island. This is what proven leadership looks like. When the enemies of democracy removed hundreds of divisions and our Guyanese brothers and sisters from the voters list in the dead of night, and then paid a big black fox down in Cox to corrupt our democracy and steal an election, it was your CCM that stood up, that went to court, that marched, and that ensured that democracy was restored to Nevis, and that our people had the right to vote restored to them. We should not forget that was proven leadership. You all sometimes forget things, but I'm here to remind you that when these opponents of progress tried to sell the Nevis Financial Services Registry to some Lebanese company called Utico, it was your CCM that stood up and said no to the sellout of Nevis. There were some former ministers of government, you know. They used the public resources not for you, but to secure house and land. Land and house. House and land for them and their families. CCM stood up and said no to that. And you know something? Alexis Jeffers was up here a moment ago. I recall Alexis Jeffers saying that under him as Minister of Lands, no cabinet member will ever get any government land. There were some who wanted. He said no. He said no. And to this day, no member of the cabinet has ever benefited from either government land or government housing while they have been a member of that cabinet. Brothers and sisters, when billions with a B of citizenship by investment dollars flowed through the streets of Bastille like a mighty river, it was your CCM party and your CCM party alone which demanded a fair share of those resources for the people of Nevis. In fact, while we were arguing for Nevis and agitating for Nevis, there were others in Nevis who were saying that fair share was a fake argument. You know, sometimes I'm attacked. I said earlier in the caucus that of all the leadership CCM has had, indeed I believe of all the leadership that has existed in the Federation, I have suffered the most attacks. They come for me, they come for my wife. I see my wife the other day and say, Lord, every time they attack you, you grow more beautiful. So if that is the result, you cost her some more. Because she look good. They attack my children. Politics used to have rules. There were things that we did not say and things that we did not do. Not because we don't know. We know a lot of things. We know all who had wrong child. We know all who no get frying pan in them head. We never spoke to those things because politics had rules. Now it seems like there's some who feel anything must go. And they get on the internet and they don't care what they say about people. I am saying, let us leave that noise and let us focus on what we have to do. Now, I want you to understand that despite the attacks that have come, and there have been many, I want to just say to you that this CCM party, don't take us lightly. Don't take us as if we are some small, insignificant movement. In 2015, there was a federal election, and this CCM party created change in the Federation. It is CCM that put team unity in government in St. Kitts. It is CCM that elevated a man with one seat to the Prime Minister's chair. And it was CCM that was promised certain returns for the people of Nevis. And when those returns did not come, when they kept saying to CCM, wait some more, wait some more, year after year, wait some more, I went to Eric Evelyn, I went to Alexis Jeffers, and I want to single them out. You know why? They could have said to me, Mark, you're down there a long time, we just a come. Lord, let me get a little pension before you do anything. Because I hear a lot of them cussing CCM now, but they only start to cuss after they get their pension. The leadership that they cuss now, they stayed with that leadership. Until the leadership tell them, well, Lord, I can't go no further with you, they now start to cuss. But they made sure they secured themselves. Eric and Alexis said to me, wherever you go, we are going to follow. Because it's one CCM, not two. And when those commitments to Nevis were not honored, we did not say, let us think of us. Let us think of our salary. Let us think of our pension. We said, no. If you're going to treat Nevis like that, then not with CCM. And we said, the same speed we put you in, we take you out. And I am here to say that I have witnessed in this country some referring to themselves as a big dog, and right now they're nothing but a little chihuahua. CCM put you up, and CCM take you down. Be careful with CCM. We are a strong, powerful party. And anybody that underestimates the CCM does so at their peril. We are a movement of people, a movement of positivity, but do not feel that you're going to take advantage of the people of Nevis. Not under CCM. It cannot happen. When we look at the landscape of Nevis, you're talking about proven leadership. Look at our road network. You know, they say our road network is one of the best in the OECS. I was in Barbados recently, and I love Mia Motley. She's my friend. But when you hit some potholes in Barbados, if you're 2 months pregnant, you better call the emergency room. You're coming. Not in Nevis. But you know the problems that we have sometimes, we have short memories, you know. We have short memories. You know now in Nevis, when there's a pothole, you know what the opposition do? They take a picture of the pothole and they post it on Facebook. You know why? Because there's only one. When the whole place was potholes, it didn't need no picture. But the road now so smooth. The other them coming on the road, and you know the police now say them have all kind of camera. Secret hidden camera. And I'm coming on the road, and the road so smooth, I have to be watching my speed dial to make sure that I'm not going over the limit. Best roads. Look at our electricity supply. And I'm going to pick on my sister Sinkits, you know. Because I was down there recently, and a fella I know said to me that he down there in the dark, and he look over, he see Nevis up here shine. So he decided that the night hot, he said he catch the boat. And he went Nevis for the night, where he could get some AC. Nobody talk about water. If you all are like me, I come from Henley Park, as Eric said. I used to have a little gallon pan. And we used to walk from Scarborough up to Market Shop, fill up by the dump, walk back down to Scarborough, get that cold shower when the water hit you. Lord of mercy. Walk back up to go to chapel school. When last anybody in here got to catch water? When last you got to bathe out a bucket? We have reliable water and electricity. And as you have heard, we've invested almost $50 million in the last 12 years in water in Nevis. You know, they used to say of me, and I hear some Nevisians saying the same thing. Say, he don't spend good. He's a bad spender. Well, suppose they used to spend bad in Sinkits. You realize if they were spending bad over there like I was spending bad up here, you wouldn't be hearing nobody over there having no problems? Because when they were accusing me, I was investing, and CCM was investing in Nevis. We're investing in roads. We're investing in water. We're investing in electricity. That's what we were doing to try to ensure that the people of Nevis were made better off. When you turn on your pipe now, you're not getting air. You're getting water. Spencer Brand, thank you. I want us to take a little look at healthcare. Do you know that we now have a modern state-of-the-art X-ray, ultrasound, CT scan, mammogram equipment? We've just upgraded our lab facility as well to enhance our diagnostic capabilities. We have invested in brand new ambulances. And do you know, that we have a brand new state-of-the-art 911 dispatch system in Nevis now? The other day going through Brownhill, I see a car on fire. And I pick up my phone quick and I dial 911. Before the phone could ring, I hear a pleasant lady say, hello, 911. I wouldn't tell you what I said. But I said to myself, wow. And then I said, there's a fire. She said, we have the report already. The ambulance and fire truck have already been dispatched. I said, my God, this like Beverly Hills? Nevis, little Nevis. We have also made some significant investment in doctors. I wonder if CCM will believe me today when I tell you that the NIA has 42 doctors on staff. 42. You all remember when Nevis only had one? 42 doctors. There are an additional 10 doctors who have offices or privileges to practice on Nevis. In addition, there are 27 specialists who visit at various times throughout the year to deliver health care to divisions and residents, and many of whom do so for free. That's a total of 79 doctors available to the people of Nevis from time to time. Among those doctors, we have various specialties. We have 3 dentists. For the very first time in Nevis history, we have 3 resident surgeons at the hospital. We have 2 pediatricians, 2 internists, 2 anesthesiologists, 2 obstetrics and gynecologists, 2 orthopedic surgeons, 1 radiologist, 2 cardiologists, 2 psychiatrists, 13 ophthalmologists, 1 neurosurgeon that deal with people's brain. And sometimes when I hear the commentary in Nevis, I want him to come and live here because some people's brain need fixing. We have 2 urologists. We have 2 ENT throat specialists, 1 pulmonologist. And for those of you who do not like your appearance, we have 3 plastic surgeons. You all think I look in good naturally? Plastic surgery. They fill out some places. They're small in some places. I am here to tell you all that Nevis has made significant strides in healthcare. We have abroad, I want you all to listen carefully now. We have abroad currently doctors specializing, local doctors specializing in radiology, OBGYN, ophthalmology, and anesthesia. And we hope to have them back with us soon. I believe that the Honorable General Nisbet and the team at Health deserve a round of applause. And just so that you all understand what we're doing in Nevis in health, a quick check shows that the World Health Organization global standard for doctors per capita is 1 doctor to 1,000 people. The global average is 1.8 doctors to 1,000 people. The Great United States of America averages 2.6 doctors to 1,000 people. In Nevis, we have 5.88 doctors to every 1,000 people. Double the average in the US, 3 times the global average, and 6 times the WHO average. That is proven leadership. On the nursing front, we have 90, and 90. Again, World Health Organization standards recommends 3 nurses per 1,000 people. On this measure, Nevis has an average of 6.7 nurses per 1,000 people, or more than double the global standard. And we haven't just stopped there. We recognize that nursing is a special calling. And this government has said to any person who wants to do nursing, please come. The government will pay for you to become a nurse. That is the investment that we are making in healthcare in Nevis. Some accuse us of all manner of things. They say we are a secret government. We are not transparent, they say. But I want to say today that this CCM government has ushered in a new era of open government, never before seen in this country. Some may forget, but it was CCM that introduced integrity in public life legislation. We introduced a premier's monthly press conference. And every week that God sends, so long as I'm on island and I'm able, I'm on the radio with you, having a conversation. I only encourage more of you to call. Please, call in and talk to me. I am there for you. I'm there to listen and engage with you. Because, Lord, some of them who call in, I was so vexed that we're on TV now, you know. In the old days, you didn't have any video. So when they call, you could, but now I'm there and I'm saying, yes, caller. Yes, and listen, I vex, you know, but because they're live streaming, I want CCM people to pick up the phone and call so that I'm not as frustrated. Even now, ladies and gentlemen, on this significant investment proposal that we've heard for the south coast of Nevis, Destiny they're calling themselves, my government has not signed anything, but instead we have decided to consult with the people of Nevis. We have thus far consulted with the business community. We have consulted with the church leaders. We have consulted with the opposition. We called the 2 members opposite into the cabinet room. We said to them, come and see. It's the only time you're going to see it, so come and talk to us. We have consulted with the police high command. We have consulted with tourism stakeholders. We tomorrow, Monday, God willing, at 7 o'clock at the Anglican Church Hall in Charlestown, we will consult with the general public and we invite all of you. Tutmun Saman Bagay, come out. Now I want you to cast your minds to the east, west, north, and south. And tell me, when in the history of Nevis has you ever had this level of consultation on any project? Not only that, but this particular project, if it is to go forward, must go to the parliament. When I hear them talk about secrecy, I say, what is the secrecy? What is there to be secret about? But I will tell you that the concern is not about the project. The concern is about the project happening under CCM. That is the concern. So all of a sudden, everybody become Christopher Columbus. Now, if you truly knew anything about those lands, you would know that things that some are now saying they're discovering have always existed. But them I walk over there now. In fact, I heard one fella say the only thing left for them to discover in the southern Nevis now is gold, frankincense, and myrrh. That is what is going on here now. And you know the thing and that is why sometimes I tell you, I want to set the van to turn off the cameras. Because sometimes when they call in, you know, and I am itching, you know, because I am asking myself, how could anybody be so hypocritical to sell them land to the same people and then turn around and curse the people and say other people must not sell them land? So your pocket fat, but nobody else's pocket must be fat? How in good God's name you could hold yourself up? And you know the thing that I find is so astonishing? The woman so bold-faced with the misrepresentation and the outright lying to the people of Nevis. If I hear that I benefited, I will resign. Well, when the documents them drop, because you know they will drop. Timing is everything. When they drop, what's she going to do? What's she going to say? But you know something? I am here tonight to say I don't want a soul to resign. Because come the next election, I want CCM to deliver a message in St. James. That is a resounding message that we don't want you to resign. We're going to vote and vote in a way that ensures that St. James comes back to the CCM. You know why? Alexis is right. He and I are like this. But if he recalls, whenever I campaign in St. James, I say, I am in CCM country. St. James has not changed. St. James remains blue. And I don't care what nobody say. St. James is coming back to CCM. In terms of education, proven leadership, do you know that over the past 6 years, this CCM government has financially assisted 153 young Nevisians to achieve their goal of university education. In infrastructure, we have the Mondo track, the Orly water taxi facility, the Newcastle police station, CCTV coverage, a CCTV command center in town, the roads that we have spoken to, the MGR Park, the Bath Hot Spring, the Pinnis Beach development. I spoke to a friend of mine. He and I were there at a place called Chills Bar. You all know it? He was drinking rum, I was drinking milk. And whilst we were speaking to each other, he said to me, you know what I love about this? When I come to Pinnis now, I have choice. I have about 7, 8, 9 places where I can decide to hang out, to eat. Nevis nice, and we're making Nevis nicer under CCM. Don't bother talk about social safety nets. Our seniors program is the best in the Caribbean. I don't hold no water in my mouth to say so. Where else in the world you got seniors say them got beauty pageant? You got seniors playing pan. And just a few days ago, the seniors were up at ETW Park having their sports day. And I'm telling you all, I make bold to say tonight that based on my age, I am going to put as much money as I can into the seniors program because I'm headed there shortly. The seniors are well taken care of here in Nevis. Think about our RISE program, our daycare assistance program. You know, in Nevis now, if you're a single parent, you can get assistance with daycare. This CCM team was up in Hamilton. We sat down in Hamilton, a young woman called Africa Wilkes. She came there and she spoke to us and she explained to us the difficulties that parents, single parents were having with daycare and the cost of daycare. Well, you know, I out of daycare a long time, so I didn't understand. But when she explained, we said we had to do something. And the result of that is that those young parents, single family parents, can now get assistance with daycare in Nevis because of the CCM government. You know, when others identify problems, CCM has acted to find solutions. That is the hallmark of proven leadership. And I'm proud to lead this team that has delivered. Now, the future that we seek for Nevis, let us be clear. It cannot be built on uncertainty. It cannot be built on inexperience, on bad mind, or political gamesmanship. It must be anchored in leadership that has been tried, tested, and trusted. There are too many Johnny-come-lateys who want office not to help you, but to help themselves. And that is a problem. Proven leadership must be about earning the confidence of people through consistent, competent, and compassionate service. And my brothers and sisters, when leadership is proven, the future is secure. A secure future means stability for our families, opportunity for our youth, and dignity for our elderly. It means economic expansion and jobs today and hope eternal. It means that our island, small as it may be, continues to stand tall in this Caribbean Sea. You know how good I feel when I go to the supermarket or I go around town and I hear people speaking. Sometimes I can't really understand what they're saying. Because in Nevis now, some habla español, some parle creole, some parle français, some, I can't do the Arabic thing, but some talk that. We have Indians who are speaking Urdu and Hindi. We have people coming to Nevis from all parts of the world. The Chinese say ni hao. All of them are coming. They're coming here. You think people go to bad life? Anybody leaving their country coming to hard life? People leave their country because they're going to a land of opportunity. And that land of opportunity is Nevis. I talked to someone the other day. The young lady told me she's from Dominica, the Commonwealth of Dominica. And she said, Mr. Brantley, the only problem that I'm seeing now. Nevis need more housing. Because a number of us from Dominica who want to move here, we need more housing. Nevis is full of opportunity. And while some of our people sit back and spend all their time complaining, others are coming in and doing 2 and 3 jobs. They are the ones buying the house, buying the land, buying the car, starting the business. And I'm saying to our people that the CCM has created opportunity first and foremost for the Nevisian people. But this is a land of opportunity, and so many are coming in because they're seeing and seizing that opportunity. I encourage you to do the same. To do the same. Because that is what we have created. That is what a secure future looks like. But we recognize that leadership alone is not enough. This movement is only as strong as its people. And I say to you today, the CCM is strong because you are strong. The farmers, the fishermen who rise early every day to feed this island, the teachers who shape our young minds, the nurses, civil servants, entrepreneurs, or taxi drivers, hospitality workers, you are the ones who keep the wheels of Nevis turning. It is you, the men and women and children of this extraordinary island who make CCM more than a political party. You make it family. You make it a movement of people committed in purpose to our beloved Nevis. Now, you have heard it said here by the Honorable Eric Rohan Evelyn. Spencer Rudolph Brand is laughing. And Alexis Allison. Zook Jeffers is somewhere around. Youth and Troy Libert is here. And I don't even know why they call Janelle because her name is Merville. Oh yes. But everybody know that. Latoya Bianca Jones. Some of them that hide their name in a cars for years. You hear Zook say, man, he like that. Me never know his name Allison. But as Eric said, CCM has won every election except one since 1992. 33 years, 17 times you have gone to the polls as a people of Nevis, and 16 times you have said CCM is our choice. In fact, I will tell you something. You know how you cannot trust the enemies of progress? In 2022, the people of Nevis gave the opposition 2 seats. In less than 1 week, as one of my colleagues put it, the duet had become a solo. Mass confusion in the camp. And I have said it and I say it again. You know why Nevis escaped? Because they were not in government. Could you imagine if that level of confusion had gone into the government? You see what I'm trying to say when you have little people trying to do big people work? That is the problem. So it was all about self-aggrandizement, and in fact to this very day, the parliament is not properly constituted because there's no leader of the opposition. And the member opposite, there should be a senator opposite, no senator opposite because of this confusion. I am saying to you all, if a fish jumps out of the water and tell you shark in there, don't tell the fish a lie. When I see people jump out of that confusion and say it's confusion in there, believe them. And let Nevis stay out of confusion. Stick with CCM because I'm here to say no confusion in CCM. Let me tell you all something, Once this big blue machine stays together, once we continue to work together, once we continue to pray together, once we continue to endure together, no amount of noise can move us. Jehovah God himself has ordained that we are here for this moment. Because the Bible says so, the Bible says God raises up leaders. And we are not here by accident. Imagine the COVID-19 pandemic if you did not have skilled leadership at the wheel. What would have happened to us? Imagine if you had leadership which was emotional, that respond to everything, that cuss everybody. Mine, sometimes I want to cuss, but I don't. Imagine if that was the leadership that you had. Ladies and gentlemen, God himself has put us here for times such as this. So as we look now to the future, as we look to the horizon, we see that our world is changing rapidly. Artificial intelligence, climate change, global uncertainty, security tensions, even in our Caribbean. I recently listened to my sister Mia Motley speaking on the buildup of U.S. troops in the Southern Caribbean. We ought all to be concerned. All of these will shape the future that we must prepare for. We just learned of this hurricane, Melissa I think it's called, bearing down on Jamaica. Our hearts and prayers are with the Jamaican people. But we had our students who were also there. And I want to thank Prime Minister Drew and his team because through their efforts yesterday, they were able to fly our students out to safety. And last night, I was on the phone speaking back and forth to some parents who were very worried. But I'm comforted to know that the children left last night, went to Turks and Caicos, and if the schedule is correct, I'm hopeful that they're now in St. Kitts and Nevis, safe at home with their families. But I say to us as a party and as a people, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, that famous U.S. president, he said this: the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. We must think anew and act anew. I say to you today that the CCM will not fear the future. We are Nevisians, and Nevisians are imbued with a spirit not of fear, but with a spirit of power, of love, and of sound mind. We can therefore face the future with all its challenges with confidence. Why? Because we have proven leadership, and we know that proven leadership guarantees a secure future. We are investing in geothermal so that our island can become energy dependent, reduce costs, and protect our environment. We are working to diversify our economy, attract new large investments, empower small businesses, and support our creative and cultural sectors. You know, for a long time, those who are enemies of progress argued that CCM had not brought any big investor to Nevis. You all hear them? For a long time, the mantra was, not na keep. You all heard them? Well, how come now something want keep, and you want to keep the something from keeping? You see, that is why we must do what we must do. The people elected CCM to lead, you know, not to follow. We must act sometimes because vision and visionary leadership must sometimes look around the corner. We must sometimes see what others may not see, because that is what we need in order to propel our country forward. So you have had a narrative saying nothing is happening and that this government cannot attract any investment, to a narrative which now says this investment is too big and we must be afraid. Why should we be afraid? Why should we be afraid? Don't we want jobs? One fellow who's commenting all the time has lived in America since he was about 17. And I spoke to him privately because I've said to him I will not engage with him publicly. And I said to him, boy, you left here, you're a man now nearly 60. You left here since you're 17. You don't even own a full cub in Nevis. You have never looked back. You have not employed anybody here. I said, you are saying that you're against development here in Nevis. Let me ask you, therefore, as a bright, educated fellow, next year, 400 or so students will come out of 5th Farm and 6th Farm. What am I supposed to do with them? Where are they supposed to work? Will they become like you at 17, having to move abroad to make a life for themselves? You know what he tell me? I am not elected. People elect you to solve those problems. I say, well, I agree with you. Move up me way, let me solve the problem. Don't tangle up my foot. Move out my way because you are 100% right. That's why people elect me. That's why people elect the CCM. They elect us to lead, to solve problems, to create opportunities. That's what proven leadership does, and that's how we secure our future. You have heard about our improvements in healthcare. We will continue to improve our healthcare. We're investing in education, training our youth not just for jobs but for leadership, because the next generation must take control. We are building out the Van Sammer International Airport, and I want to say a word about Alexis Jeffers, you know. Of all the people in Nevis I could have chosen to lead that project, I say let Allison lead it. You know why? Because any project that you give Zook to do, Zook will deliver. So that project is going to kick off shortly. Shortly. The South Coast development you've heard about. We will see where that goes, guided by the consultation that we are having. And we will continue to fight for fairness and equity with our brothers and sisters in St. Kitts. You know, we have tried valiantly to develop a relationship between Charlestown and Bastia. I hear people in St. Kitts who either ain't got no seat or got one seat saying they should be leader of the opposition. I said to myself, so Nevis people could only support St. Kitts people to be leader? So me must take up a 3 seat and give me to go down and sing it and say, hey, same here. Not me. Me sit down with Alexis and Zook. Me say Alexis and Zook, Lord of mercy. I sit down with Eric and Zook say, listen, one CCM, one song. Let me go sing it, we're going to stand up together. So what we've been doing is simply saying to Bastia, let us see where the areas that we can cooperate. Let us see where the areas that we can push the country forward. Instead of this constant fighting with each other. Let us see. And the PM Drew has been a good partner thus far. Because one thing I'll say about Drew, mine, he don't always answer me. But if I ask him a question and he tells me yes, his yes has been his yes. And his no has been his no. And you see, in life, ultimately that's all we have, is our integrity. And so in my engagements with him, I don't know what his politics. He's a Labour man. I'm not Labour. I'm CCM. He red, I'm blue. But what I've said to him is that when it comes to St. Kitts and Nevis, there are times we must put petty differences aside and work together for the benefit of the country. If we're talking about crime and national security, we must work together. This geothermal project, I've said so a number of times. I was in a government of national unity, it was called. And you know, it's only since I out of the government, I find out that when I am standing up talking about geothermal energy, somebody in the back will say, you know, no geothermal in Nevis, you know. My father come from cotton ground, but me no want no geothermal, you know. They're going to make Nevis people too powerful. And then got the audacity to say that the CBI money is St. Kitts money, and every dollar they give Nevis is a dollar less for St. Kitts. And you got people in Nevis who hug up that, not me. Not me. Me, Zook, and Eric say, la we go Nevis. Le Abi go Nevis. And Nevis, nega Abi be. Le Abi go up there. Because we understand Nevis. We understand the issues that impact Nevis. And nobody's going to take advantage of Nevis whilst we are here. It could never happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to the end. I want to say that we will continue to defend the right of Nevisians to control our destiny, to decide our future, and to prosper in this, our land. This is a secure future we imagine, a future rooted in self-reliance, responsibility, and respect. But we know the road ahead will not be easy. We will face critics. Some are loud, some are bitter, some are empty barrels with nothing to offer. We will face economic pressures and external challenges beyond our shores and beyond our control. But we have faced storms before. And every time this CCM has stood firm and on the right side of the people of Nevis. The CCM fully understands that leadership is not about power. It's about people. It is about the mother who needs a job, the child who dreams of opportunity, the young father who wants a home, the senior who deserves comfort and care. And to those who every day make the most noise, I say to you, look at our record. Look at our integrity. You know how good I feel at nights to put my head on my pillow, say my little prayers, kiss my wife, good night. I know all I are going to get in my business now. But I go to sleep and I sleep soundly. You know why? Before God and man, my hands are clean. And I feel that as a government, it says something about us that despite the chatter and despite the noise, nobody has ever been able to point a finger at any member of my government to say that we're involved in anything. That's important. None of us ever thief the money from CFBC. And there are others who did so daily. Every day, them thief from CFBC. We never did that. So sometimes when the attacks come, I want you to look at the attacker and say, if you are the attacker, and every day you used to thief, then we don't want to hear a thing from you, because we would call you a daily thief. Unless there be any confusion, D-A-I-L-Y, meaning that you do it on a daily basis. Them, they could correct us. They could correct this blue that is clothed with integrity. We have on the arm of righteousness as a party. We have always conducted ourselves properly in government. It speaks to our integrity. And that, brothers and sisters, is steady, proven leadership. So today, this is our convention. And we want to renew our commitment and our covenant with the people of Nevis. But I want you to help me. I want you to go back to your communities, your villages, your churches, your workplaces. Tell the story of CCM. It's a good story. It's a story of vision, of service, and of proven leadership. Let us welcome new members, engage the youth, and remind the undecided that this movement stands for all Nevisians, regardless of background, regardless of family, regardless of fame or fortune. Let us never grow weary in doing good, because Nevis needs us, and history is calling us once again to lead. My brothers and sisters, when the pages of history are written, let it be said that in this moment, when others faltered, the concerned citizens movement stood firm. Let it be said that we led with compassion, we governed with integrity, and we dreamed boldly for our island home. Let it be said that we listened carefully, but we also knew when it was time to lead and to take decisions. Let it be said that we never shied away from public criticism or from making tough decisions in the interests of the people of Nevis. Leaders, you see, must sometimes see what others cannot. We must sometimes almost be clairvoyant
And let's face it, that's why you have reposed your trust and confidence in us. So brothers and sisters, CCM, let us rise, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, heart to heart, as one people, one movement with one destiny. One CCM party, never two. Let us march resolutely forward together toward that secure future. And you all know me. You all know that I've been around now for a little while. And you all know that, like Alexis, I like to hear some noise. And one of the things that we tried to do today is to create the environment where our people can come, we can commix and commingle, we can spend some time together, we can renew our camaraderie, and we can make some noise. Because there's a lot that CCM should be proud of. And I hear people up here doing roll call, so I'm going to do the same roll call. And I'm going to say, St. James, where are you? I'm going to ask the question of St. George, where are you? I'm going to ask the question of St. John's, where are you? St. Paul's? Spencer, what happened? St. Thomas's? Ladies and gentlemen, I feel good today. I feel good that we have come together. I'm told that we have a bit of a surprise because somebody had a bright idea that they're going to have a trip to Miami awarded to somebody. I pray to God I win it. So stick around, because at some point, and we're almost at an end, they're going to have that, and hopefully we'll have somebody jetting off to Miami. All expenses paid for the flight, for one, by the CCM. I want to thank all of you for being here, for coming out. We have lots of food and drink on the outside, so when we're finished, please don't go away. Stick around. Let us mix and mingle as one big CCM family. Thank you. God bless you. And no matter the noise you're all hearing, I want to remind you all of something. I want to remind you all of something before I go. You remember there was a time when CCM was in opposition and we were making a whole lot of noise. We said we want election now. And I remember somebody made a speech and they say, wait on the skipper. Well, guess what? I am now the skipper. And so I don't care how much noise they make. We're going to move when we're ready to move. We're going to work when we're ready to work. Because CCM is large and in charge. This is the Concerned Citizens Movement. Let me hear you. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Thank you. Good night and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's proven leadership. Let's hear it one more time for our Premier, the Honorable Mark Brantley. Okay, we are winding down with our convention. Just a few more items. We're going to call on the Sugar Hill String Band to do their rendition, and then we'll have the announcement of the executive, followed by the vote of thanks. So the Sugar Hill String Band.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's our local band, the Sugar Mill. Trying to get here. The Sugar Hill. The Sugar Hill String Band. A round of applause for them once more. Well, we have two more items on our agenda. The next item will be the announcement of the executive. Just earlier today, we had a CCM convention meeting and members of the executive were formed. So I'm going to call the members of the executive to come and stay so you can see your new executive members. The party leader is the Honorable Mac A.G. Brantley. Round of applause for the Mac A.G. Brantley, the party leader. The deputy leader is the Honorable Spencer Brand. The chair of the CCM executive is the Honorable Latoya Jones. The deputy chair, the Honorable Jonelle Nisbet. The secretary for the new executive is Miss Lorna Hunkins. And the assistant secretary treasurer, Miss Celestine Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, your new CCM executive, led by party leader, the Honorable Mac Brantley. Okay, I failed to mention the treasurer, Oscar Walters. He's on his way as well. Okay, we are winding down. We will now call on the Honorable Jonelle Nisbet to do the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. All right. right. So this is a good Sunday evening, so I won't lie to you and tell you I will be brief. I believe this was an event of substance, and so you require a thank you of similar substance. As such, it brings me joy to record our thanks for all who made this event possible this evening. I will first start with Miss Pastor Brown, who started us off on the right foundation with prayer filled with purpose, guidance, and protection for our leaders. Mr. Gavin Patterson, oh, what a sound of beauty. Indeed fit to render our national anthem. To our chairperson, Mr. Randy Keynes, thank you for guiding the proceedings with a level of calm, authority, and consistency. I must also express deep appreciation for our constituency representatives. Honorable Spencer Brand, we will not gamble with our future because we are indeed stronger together. Honorable Eric Evelyn, our leader has been and remain committed to ensuring that Nevis is top of the line in the Eastern Caribbean. I agree with you 100%, and I'm sure everyone in here can say amen to that. I need a heartier amen than that. Amen. Honorable Alexis Jeffers, we had a good, I note that you said we had a good thing. We went looking for better, and we ended up with worse. I want to speak on behalf of the audience here and say, never again. So thank you for giving us that reminder. Honorable Latoya Jones, as someone who also grew up in St. Thomas's Parish, I definitely endorse your statement that in St. Thomas's, we do not believe in standing still or waiting for things to happen. I misquoted you there. We do not believe in standing still. We do not believe in waiting for things to happen. Because, of course, in St. Thomas's, we are known for making those things happen. Honorable Mark A.G. Brantley, so much was said. You highlighted how well this island has been running, the quality of the leadership, the accomplishments across the island, and I simply cannot capture them all to repeat them. But I think we can all agree that we're making steady progress, and our leadership, our future is indeed secured under your leadership. Every single greeting that we had was passionate, it was heartfelt, and they were filled with a level of commitment to furthering the movement of the Concerned Citizens Movement Party. To our awardees, I want to thank you for consenting to be awarded here tonight. Without your service, your dedication, this party would be nothing. So I want to give recognition once more to our awardees. Constituency number 1, feel free to use your clappers, Miss Vanessa Phillip and Miss Suzette Barry. Constituency number 3, Mr. Wilson Liebert and Mr. Burley Walwyn. Constituency number 4, Mrs. Patricia Jeffers and Mr. Clarence Jeffers. Constituency number 5, Miss Omel Matthew and Mr. Kenneth Ferguson. And constituency number 2, Mrs. Shirley Glasgow and Miss Cadilla Stanley. Please take a moment to applaud all these awardees. To our creative performances tonight, the steel pan, the string man, our vocalist, we say thank you for helping us to keep the evening live and lively. To our featured speaker, my former student, former debater, the lovely Miss Nelia Jones. I think I consider myself a wordsmith sometimes, but I couldn't bring the words to express how you delivered that address with such poise, power, and just a level of precision that truly captures the Concerned Citizens Movement. Before I close, allow me to recognize the hard work of the organizing committee, the decorating team, Our technical personnel, I'm sure our folks online are very happy for them. Our media partners, we appreciate your support in capturing this milestone event. And to all who contributed to making this event possible this evening. To our outgoing executive, we say a sincere thank you for your leadership, your loyalty, and labor of love. You have carried the baton faithfully. To our incoming executive, congratulations. May we lead with vision, humility, and strength. And of course, I saved the most important for last. You, our loyal supporters. To you, we are indeed most indebted. Whether seated here or tuning in from afar, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. You are the movement. Your energy, your voices, and your belief is exactly what keeps us going. So as we close, I want us to leave here tonight with a renewed sense of commitment to service, because when we move together, there is absolutely nothing that we cannot accomplish. So while we're in the spirit of gratitude, let me reward you for your participation this evening by inviting the Honorable Spencer Brand on stage to assist us in drawing the raffle that the Honorable Premier Brantley would have mentioned earlier. So if you're outside and you're hearing my voice, you have to be in the room to win it. Once we call your name, you get like 3 seconds to get here, or we move on to the next. I believe Spencer was selected because he's our resident chaplain, so he won't cheat. After. That's how he's doing them.
The name is Romaine Mills, 662-4909. Romaine Mills. Going once? Going twice? You're missing out on a trip to Miami, going 3 times? Not here. Elvisa Liebert. Elvisa Liebert with a 1-2 overseas number. Is the person here? Eartha Scarborough. Going once? Not at all. Congratulations, Eartha. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Brand. Honorable Jones, if you can just stick around and help me and assist me with closing off the final thank yous. Our featured speaker, Miss Nelia Jones, can you please join us on the stage as we show our appreciation with a gift basket kit. And last but certainly not least, Chairman, Mr. Randy Keynes, can you join us, please? He looks so stunned back there. Thank you so much for agreeing to chair this event this evening. Yes, exceptional. Audience, thank you all so much for your patience. God bless you all. God bless Nevis. Safe journey home this evening, but before you go, please stay with us a little while, socialize, have some food and drinks, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
On this island over the last decade and a half. The idea is to showcase all that we've done in terms of our infrastructure, our business development, and the quality of life for our people. We welcome you home. Enjoy Nevis. This is your island. This is your home.